too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your blue kingdom.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with...
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't get...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note...
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, Where would we go and what would we do?
Buenas, ¿qué tal? Mira, aquí, dándole un poquito a la historia de Arconte.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would...
Hola, Cari, gracias. Porque no veo tu nombre, como puedes ver.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either with a... You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Sí, de momento sí, mucho mejor que la anterior, que fue una mierda, para mí. Las misiones de Arcontera 4.1 eran infumables. Qué coñazo de misiones, ¿verdad?
Feels like you'll grow old.
Paimon va a criar moho, dice. Qué animales.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over
Qué cara
to
los
Gonzalo
dos de
then.
búhos. Pues si estamos en Poisson, ¿no? Ah, bueno, no, estamos en el río Ceniciento.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look... And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she... When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Coño, este Manolito Gafotas es nuevo. Ese Manolito Gafotas no estaba, ¿eh? Ese no estaba. No me engañes que no estaba. Bueno. Vamos a Poisson. Ya no hay nadie porque quito.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Grito de alguien.
Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because that's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
presumir eso y todo.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way. The show begins! Yep.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late, don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she... Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking...
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. Wait, the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydra. I didn't think this is the first time, Monsieur of Fatui Harbor, the fortress of... According to... I nearly lost my... The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be true... The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be... You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. But just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is bad, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all...
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? aliens can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct, then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, The very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Aura Tree seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the Nymph privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stones. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon... Slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon... The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if. quite right. Let's think of... That doesn't sound... That doesn't sound... That doesn't sound...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light. You can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how Fauché dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the Primordial Sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't... Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy, yes.
What has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, but one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
wanted you to come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Gives. The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Solidify!
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I just...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed...
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans and calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That... Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. on one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the...
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Arc...
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me. And you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again. I'll be happy.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need...
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best...
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined.
that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Está intringularia, vamos, igual que la mierda de la 4.1. Está muy chetil esta historia. Esta sí es una misión de Arconte. Lo de la 4.1 fue relleno del malo, además.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither
Es la
Farina nor
principal, sí.
Focalor,
La
but
que
for the
empezamos
Hydro
ayer,
Archon.
claro.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Pues las tendrás que hacer, Sumil. Qué remedio. Eres un Sumil insurrectil, pero es lo que hay. Si quieres avanzar, hay que sufrir como Furina.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Qué pro eres. Yo ni he entrado, fíjate tú. ¿Y mola o qué? Se ve muy pequeñito en el mapa antes de ir.
Just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves.
Qué chetil es, pero tiene a Furina Liz ya.
Essentially the same crime. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
Le rompió el piti, mena, y a las 15 tiradas le salió el muy suertín. ¿Quién se lo rompió? Qué chetil es.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin...
Mona, ah. Y eso que no la quería, ¿no? Decía.
Then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation
Pero
of
pensé
that
que no la quería.
existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
Quiero Skipper-Jet.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And you are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Ah, ya lo miraremos, a ver qué tal. ¿Da buenas protos o qué? ¿Y te ha molado o qué? Skipper-Jet. Se quedó con Skipper-Jet, el pobre.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Muy bien. Con la espada de Damocles encima, tío.
I, Iudex Niverlet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
A la por Celestia, Skipellet.
Something on your...
Qué tenso, tío. Qué pasada. Sin hacer que coger 3. Fui directo al combate sin hacer que coger 3. No entiendo eso, pero vale.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Vale.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
La hora de la ejecución chetífera, chetepica, chetepil, chetepera, chetepim, pam, pum. Madre mía. Qué miedo me da la ballena esta. Eres un mí. Hostia, y me dejan con Furina.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the wave. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way
¿Qué tengo
to
que
attack
hacer?
it from
Tú que ya lo has hecho, Sumil.
I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
No he puesto nada, es la de la historia, melón.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Pegar a la galleta. Pero le tengo que dar.
Stabilize. This is order.
Commit it to memory.
Settle down.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Everyone hold hands.
Se me traga, Manolín. Tengo miedo. ¿Y ahora?
Why is there a hole thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Silence.
Tía, pedazo escudo tiene,
I have
¿no?
granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Let's close.
Bow your head.
No entiendo lo que hay que hacer. Odio estos bosses que no sé lo que hay que hacer, te lo juro.
Settle down. Justice is blindsided. Stabilize.
Hey,
Bow your head. Solidify. Settle down. Stabilize. I
Coge
will
el euro, Manolín.
grow.
Oh, brilliant! Time to shine!
gather.
Commit it to memory.
Silence.
¿Qué ha pasado? Recupera el poder del mal primigenio chetífero. La manda a otro planeta. Y esta es... Skirk. Skirk. Chetilk.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well.
Qué diseñazo, ¿no? Añadir a la colección. Lista de deseos, Skirk.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunt...
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Surtalogi.
Surtalogi. Vaya nombre.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then?
Hostia.
Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
La madre de Albedo, tío, oro.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
La madre de Albedo, tío.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They're both...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Es waifulina, eh?
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Navia, chetilla. ¿Qué chetilla es? Ostras, Pedrín. Skipper Power. Ah, no, mira, el Skipisley con el arca de Noé.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
El Skipisley, tío. Con el arca de Noé. Mira, tu amigo, el Sumillet. Es épico. Pero ¿por qué no se pone la escafandra? Esa chetífera que tiene.
Look, the water's receding.
Muy épico y sutil, sí señor.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
¡Ah! Hemos sobrevivido a la profecía chetépica. Ha sido Skipper con su poder esquipélico. O es Furina, de verdad, Furina. Qué mona, pobrecita.
The prophecy was wrong.
I see the value.
¿Cómo? Compro el Fujiyama. Sí que ha sido muy épico, ¿eh? Vamos, igual que el de la 4.1, no me jodas. Vaya truño de misiones que hicieron, macho. Cuando pueden hacer misiones como esta. Ah, ya está. Lágrima estelar. Así se acaba, sin más. Hombre, un poco... ¿no? A ver.
The Solar renewed. The Spina di talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye. why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also...
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
¿Y qué ha pasado? ¿Sabes? Porque mola, pero dices, ¿por qué la profecía ha sido sumil? ¿Sabes? Dices, ¿y por qué la profecía ha sido sumil? Si no, ¿quién ha quitado? Todavía no, queda el alto final. Pobrecita Furina, tío. Fue una mártir de la causa. Literalmente una mártir. Es lo que la describe. Uy, pobre. He calculado mal. Pobrecita Furina, me cago en la mar. Qué sumil soy. No te caigas tú también, chiquilla. Ahora quiero más a Skipellet todavía. Después de todo el arco de Fontaine. Ya lo quería, pero ahora más. Mira, Navia.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Ya, a ver cuándo viene otra vez.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending... Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about fun. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able...
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
Qué sumillos.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
¿Y Charlo la has usado
You're
ese
very
tiro o qué?
quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Seguimos, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a person.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Dirígete al fuerte Meropi. Ay, señor. Pero Súmez porque no sabemos cómo se acaba la profecía de repente, ¿sabes? A ver, que mola, que es muy épico, pero dices, ¿qué ha pasado? ¿Por qué se ha ido todo el agua de bares?
Yep.
The show begins!
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you...
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of...
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this...
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying...
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a...
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind... Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Seguimos.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sujwain. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot. Sure.
Mira, otro robaflores, ¿sabes?
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but...
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr.?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for...
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Ve al puerto Rocío Marino. Es donde empieza nuestra historia. Epchetépica. Epchetepep es un chetil. Epchetepep insurrectil. Todos. Epchetepep es un sumil. Hay que bajar.
Oh, brilliant!
That makes sense.
Ya está en funcionamiento.
The show begins!
Epchete pep, chete pil, chete pim pam pum, chete pero.
They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
You sure
are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show of...
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Tal cual.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of... It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit...
I would agree, but I've also heard that... It seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
¿Quién iba a ser?
Father.
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone.
And you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
¿Ves? Y lo de la visión de Noville no te dicen por qué falla ni nada, no le dan explicación.
Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Busca Nubilette. En la ópera. Epsumep, no dices nada, ¿eh? Me voy a quitar los cascos porque no habla nadie aquí. ¿Por qué le ponen interrogantes a la gnosis o a la visión? Todavía no se sabe, ¿o qué? Muy bien, eres hechete épico. No dices nada, tío. Me dejas aquí sumítico ante el peligro.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverland? I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
Ha sido Skipellez con el poder del dragón primordial.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
That's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of, but so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ah, vale, perdón.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon certainly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Pobrecita. Ballena, dice. Ya se fue de bares el chat.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
Pobrecita
Now
Farina,
that she no
tío,
longer
qué
has
mal
to
ha
play the
pasado.
role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Correct.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Que sume, ¿no? Que se quiten a
You will soon be
Furina
heading to
en medio,
Natlan, I
sí.
presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his weight into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had we guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nerva?
Order.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget?
Skirk. Te lo pone ahí. Es la maestra de Novail. De
You should
Childe.
have the
De
remains of the
Tartaglia.
third
Del
descender on your
Tartas.
person, yes.
Tienes en tu cuerpo los restos del tercer descendido. ¿Perdona? Y el cuarto es Lumin.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a
Probablemente. Ya ves que te la están presentando, te están hypeando. Ahora vengo, Sumil. Ya la he metido en la lista de deseos, Sumil. Sí que es bonita, sí. Como salga con Arlequino me costará decidir, ¿eh? Porque Arlequino, no sé, últimamente la veo como la ponen como más vejestoria de la que presentaron en el tráiler aquel tan mítico, ¿no? Que sí que impone mucho, pero la veo como más enclenque, no sé.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, it is only
Sí, la
natural
cambiaron,
for
¿verdad? Es
others
que ahora
who
la
are
veo
greater
como
than
más
humanity
enclencona, no
to
sé.
possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Qué chetil es la
Regardless,
tía, ¿eh?
you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And
Es
when
guay
did they
política
die?
total, ¿eh?
Master
Comprar.
never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
El Tartas es el mensajero. ¡Échate Pep! ¡Échate Pep! ¡Quiero a Skirk! Es guay política total, ¿eh? Comprar. Seguro que es jugable. Y habrá ganado muchos adeptos. Ya te digo que Arlequino la veo menos setilla, ¿eh? Me gusta más Navia y todo. Bueno, y el papel que tiene Navia y todo. cuanto más veo a Arlequino, ¿sabes?
That's
El
what she
hype
told me.
no sé, tío, es
Whether it
que
will
la
prove
deja
useful
como
or not,
muy
I
enclencona,
wanted
no
to
sé,
pass that
como una
information
señora
on to
mayor
you.
la veo. No es que tenga el pelo cano en plan setífero, pues como Skir, o como Skipellet, o como algunos otros personajes. Es que parece una viejilla, así, no sé. Es por la historia.
The third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play,
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
if she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
¿Ves? Él es el cuarto descendido. Bueno, yo he dicho Lumin porque yo me identifico más con Lumin.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Sí, lo que pasa es que soy muy paquete con los elementos.
That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Se acabó.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ya está.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Qué sumez, tío. Se acabó ya Fontaine. La historia, vamos. ¿Y qué fue de Furina? Es muy sumil, ¿no? ¿Esta cuál es? Ah, esta es la de las Oceánidas, esta es la de las Melusinas. Sigue poniendo hidro. O sea, no se sabe si es visión o qué es. O gnosis. Voy. ¿Qué tengo que mirar del pelo? Qué pena, tío, se acabó la historia ya de Fontaine. Te han explicado un poco lo que pasa con Furina, pero tampoco... Este es el borde Furina, ¿no? ¿Y cómo llego ahí? ¿Qué quieres que mire del pelo Sumil? ¿Que lo tiene blanco? ¿O qué? Ya, claro, cambia el pelo y el color de la ropa también,
Since you asked so
según
nicely.
cambia de Arge. ¿Qué tal es el boss de Furina? Es difícil. El boss de mundo. Ha mandado una constelación. Qué chetil. Es difícil el boss nuevo, FCTP, de Furina. A mi nivel. Pero... ¿qué te iba a decir? Que no era mentira. Es inmune a hidro. No, ¿no? ¿O sí? Bueno, tú es que eres muy chetil, estás muy roto. Pero es inmune a hidro, Sumil. Es electro. No. Vale. ¿Y cómo se llega? ¿Buceando o cómo llego? por dónde entro? ¿Y por dónde entro al TP Sumin? No lo sé, estoy buscando. ¿No me has dado más pistas? Por aquí se iba donde los narcisos, ¿no? Pero no se iba... Se va al boss. No, no. Aquí ya he estado. Por aquí es lo de los narcisos, ¿no? Uy, me he ido muchísimo. No, no he mirado en nada. ¿Cómo lo miro? Sí, no, sí sé dónde está en el mapa. Eso no me ayuda, ¿eh? El tema es llegar ahí. ¿Cómo cojones llego ahí? Claro, o sea, tengo claro que está ahí el bicho, o sea, eso lo tengo clarísimo. El tema es cómo cojones llego ahí. No me ayuda el seguir. Ya, esto pensé que era un túnel también, pero no. No es el túnel que quería. Está claro. ¿Y ese cofre que me marca? Ese cofre enamorado de la luna. Ah, la foquita esta. Gracias, Fly. Pa' Charlotte. No sé cómo cojones se llega. Esa manía, tío, que tienen que hacer de poner las cosas ocultas, ¿sabes? Ya, pero yo ni poniéndolo no encuentro, ¿eh? ¿Cómo llego al túnel? ¿Por dónde tengo que ir? Dame pistas, tío. Tú que lo has hecho ya. Sumil. Soy chetil. Porque el mundo me ha hecho así. Ya ha subido a Furina, Sumil.
Everyone hold hands. Right now. Right here. Emerge.
Settle down.
Ah, no es inmune a hidro.
The tide's checking.
Stabilize. This is order.
This may turn a little.
Right now, emerge.
Ah, este sí que es inmune a hidro.
Solidify. Bow your head.
Ahora es inmune a hidro. Antes no lo era. Oye, déjame en paz, que no es mi santo, tío.
Hey! Right now, right here. Emerge.
Sí, lo he encontrado, soy Chetil. No habrá sido por tu ayuda. Es humilde. Pero gracias. Un gorro de Furina. Agua intrascendible. Intrascendible. Dos sumiles me ha dado. Bueno. Lo explicaste muy mal, no, no explicaste nada. Dijiste, tiene que ser una zona que no hay agua. Digo, ya, claro. Pero bueno, da igual, ya me he quedado ya con la copla donde es para venir con las demás cuentas. A ver. Ah, me faltan las flores, claro. Que no sé dónde se cogen. ¿Dónde se cogen las flores, Pep? En la zona nueva, hay que ir aquí. Ya. Hay que venir aquí para las flores, Sumil. ¿Eh? Se ve muy Sumil la zona nueva, muy pequeñita, ¿eh? No sé. Yo estuve nadando para llegar. Ya, yo también he nadado. Un poquitín. Solo. Pero hay pocas, ¿no?
Stabilize.
Everyone hold hands.
Right here. Emerge.
Silence. Killjoy. We've only just begun.
Hey! Right here. Right now. Right here.
An unfortunate fall.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Chetil esquipellet, ¿eh? Y después de cómo acaba la misión de Arconte más todavía.
Solidify.
Es su vez que Furina desaparezca de la nada, ¿sabes? Y que no hables con ella. Bueno, ahora mismo Fontaine está sin Arconte, claro. Mira, esto es para Furina.
Gather.
¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué es eso? ¿Que me ataca? Ah, los bichos estos de mierda.
Stabilize.
I see everything.
No os metáis con la verdadera Arconte Electro, por favor. Que saldréis mal parados, que no mal paridos. Sí, es fácil. No me ha costado mucho. Tubos armónicos, ¿eh? Los tubos armónicos se activan con ondulaciones liberadas al romper burbujas del rocío. La cantidad de símbolos que aparecen sobre ellos representa el orden en que se activa un conjunto de tubos armónicos. Si hay varios tubos con la misma cantidad de símbolos, deberás activarlos a la vez. Qué pro, ¿no? Qué jodido parece. Burbuja de rocío. Cuando una burbuja de rocío es atacada, se romperá y liberará una ondulación. La burbuja se puede impulsar con la habilidad de un cromático, la cual puedes usar para dos cosas: cambiar su ubicación y a través de los aros que se crean al ser impulsada, predecir la zona en la que la burbuja creará una ondulación al romperse. Se fusionará en una burbuja más grande que liberará más ondulación de una mayor. Área de efecto al romperse. Burbuja de rocío. Unas ramas de rocío poco comunes capaces de crear burbujas de rocío, igual que muchas otras cosas, perderán sus funciones vitales al estar en una zona de contaminación bacteriana. ¿Eh? Zona de contaminación bacteriana. ¿Cómo? Estas ondulaciones son indispensables para completar los desafíos de los tubos armónicos y pueden interactuar con monumentos elementales hidro y temas, mecanismos y objetos sensibles a dicho. Cada vez ponen más jodido conseguir las protos, macho. Ponen unos puzzles cada vez más enrevesados, no me jodas. Fatal, vamos. Mecanismo movible, columna elevable. Una columna que se puede mover y levantar con el punto de recepción de cristales de su base. Toca poner insatisfecho a todo. Bueno, yo de momento no voy a hablar. De momento es el primer puzzle que me encuentro, a ver cuán difícil es, de verdad. De momento lo que he visto de zona nueva, lo poquito que he visto es igual que lo otro. O sea, es más de lo mismo. Además, yo esperaba que la misión de Arconte nos trajeran a la zona nueva para algo, ¿sabes? Pero bueno. No me he enterado de nada. ¿Tú qué haces? Observar. Ah. O sea, ahora tenemos el poder del tabibito todos los personajes, ¿no? No llega, ¿eh? Chetil soy con los tubos armónicos checíferos poderosos y calvos. De espíritu. No, hombre, insatisfecho a todo tampoco, no seas borde. Pero vamos. ¿Y las flores dónde están? Yo he venido a por flores, yo he venido a hablar de mi libro. ¿Y el rayo láser a este le actúa? FTP. Bueno, es un poco sumil, para los rayos estos. Para esto es mejor el cangrejo que el rayo láser. Toma. Sumil. Muere. El que es mejor.
Solidify.
Hey! Emerge. Right now.
El cangrejo. Ya. Ahí. No entiendo. ¿Y aquí cómo las empujo? Si no tengo el bicho acuático. ¿Las empujo andando o cómo empujo? Ah, vale. Ahora tengo el poder de los humiles. ¿Cómo? No entiendo. Mi no comprender. A ver. 1, 2, 3.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning
4.
palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of
Sí,
flavor
es otro
unlike
puzzle.
any other.
No me voy a liar
Sumeru's
mucho porque yo quiero flores.
has a
Yo he venido
rich
aquí a
and
hablar de mis
complex
flores.
flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
No, pues no alcanza. Coño, ¿y esta por qué no explota? Lo que es coñazo es que te las recoloque todas otra vez, ¿sabes? Sí, no, yo sí lo entiendo, pero es un poco follón. Vale, me las ha jodido todas. No, esta está muy lejos. No llega. Qué coñazo, señor. mira, le van a dar, tío. Ya lo haré con calma otro día. Nada, paso palabra, tío. Esto es un coñazo. No llega, tío, todavía. No me jodas. Buah. Mira, paso, tío. Ya lo haré otro día. Yo he venido por flores. Que no quiero observar. Déjame en paz, que ya sé cómo va. Yo he venido a coger lumidulces de estas. ¿Dónde están las flores nuevas, Sep? Porque no he visto ni una. Voy a ir a la estatua, por lo menos que me abra el mapa, porque esto es una mierda, si no. No he cogido nada, Estoy descubriendo el mapa.
Stabilize.
Another voodoo. Right here.
How inconsiderate of you.
Right now. Right here.
Y no hay cofre ni hay nada aquí. Matas a Sumilla esta por amor al arte. Vaya mierda, ¿no? voy a meter por si me manda algún gamusino o algo. Que no creo, pero bueno. Vale. Gracias por traerme aquí otra vez.
Solidify!
I see everything.
Right now. Right here.
Silence!
Silence. Los manda a callar rápido el Skipper, Silence, coño. Dice, vale, vale.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
¿Qué es esto? Madre mía. Es que me da una pereza leer ya solo cómo funcionan los puzzles que no lo sabe nadie, macho. A ver, lo voy a intentar que no me entero de qué cojones hay que hacer, pero me da una pereza leerlo porque me quedo igual, ¿sabes? Yo lo hago tan pronto. ¿El qué haces pronto?
Gather!
Me guardo esas protos. ¿Qué protos? Hay protos para guardarse.
Commit it to memory.
Solidify!
Right here.
No quiero bajar ahí, quiero coger la estatua, tío. La he cagado. Por mis ansias de investigación. Ahora no podré subir, claro. No, porque está cerrado. Cago en la puta. Tengo que bajar por cojones. Bueno, pues bajo. ¿Cuántos habremos caído en lo mismo viniendo a la estatua? Te faltan dedos de una mano. Venga ya, hombre, que me he colado. Sumir. Hostia, tío, pero como son tan cabrones de ponerte todo esto al lado de la estatua. Buah.
I see everything.
Show them. Right now.
Los
Emerge.
pesados estos de mierda, macho. No se los quitan de encima, Qué plastas son, vive Dios. A una misión de mundo ya, sin buscarla. Me cago en la puta. No hay dos misiones de Arconte, solo hay una, hijo. Pusieron dos en la de mierda de la otra vez. En esa sí que pusieron dos. En la de mierda de la prisión pusieron dos. Y esta que era HT la han puesto una. Bueno. La parte contratante de la primera parte es igual a la parte contratante de la segunda parte. Todo tutorial, macho. Bueno, muy corta no es, pero tampoco es muy larga, la verdad que sí. Podría haber sido más larga. ¿Qué ha pasado? Como se dicen que no es de historia, es solo puto relleno. No, no, las de la prisión fueron relleno, pero relleno del bueno. Fueron una mierda como un piano de gordas, las de la prisión. Bueno, a mí me lo parecieron. No sé si a la gente le pareció maravilloso o qué, pero a mí me parecieron una mierda como un piano de gordas. ¿Dónde? Esta última que hemos hecho es chetil, ha estado bien. Ah, qué prosa, me quita la elemental ahora.
Solidify.
Right now. Right here. Right now.
Muy bien. Baizuchetil, tío. Y lo sabes. Baizuchetil y lo sabes. Y lo tienes garantizado ya, además. La próxima tiraré por Navia, salga o no salga. Pues sí. Y mía. O sea, aunque saques a Baizu vas a ir a por Navia, ¿no, Chetil? Es que no sé qué cojones hay que hacer, me siento imbécil. Sí, sí, yo también lo intentaré. Eso como lo muevo. Estoy cogerse es que tengo Zongli y ponerse la Baizu en cuanto me toque. Es una opción. Claro. ¿Por qué me siento imbécil haciendo estos puzzles? Ah, se ha encendido, menos mal. ¿Y por qué no se encendía antes? El ascensor ya está en este piso. ¿Qué ascensor? Ah, que baja. Buah. Otro tutorial, venga. Mira, tío, o sea, se pasan con los puzzles. Para que hagas este puzzle y te den un cofre de mierda de 5 protogemas, tío. Me toca mucho los huevos, ¿sabes? Llámame lo que quieras. Pero vamos, que te tengan 20 minutos haciendo un puzzle para 5 protogemas. Manda huevos. No, hombre, el top no, porque el top... Estos son puzzles, el top... la mierda que tiene es la mierda que tiene de hacer todo el rato lo mismo. Esto es un puzzle diferente. Está años luz del top este juego todavía, pero años luz. No sabes qué me da. Hostia, se ha llenado de agua esto de repente. Ah, mira, me ha dado un cofre lujoso. Bueno. Pero vamos, son 10 protos igual, tío. Los lujosos tenían que ser siempre de 40. Y ya está. ¿Sabes? Siempre. Que den menos si quieren. Buah, ya está el Nemousia por aquí de los cojones. ¿Y ahora qué tengo que hacer? Exactamente. Abrir aquí, ¿no? Para conseguir ese cofre. ¿Y cómo abro? No tengo ni puta idea de lo que tengo que hacer. Porque además luego no me ponen misión, no me ponen guía de misión, ¿sabes? Es apáñatelas. Hostia, esto es en Canomilla. Es el espejo en Canomilla, tío. Qué mal rollo me ha dado, joder. Pero no refleja. Coño, pero si he cogido esto. En serio, tío, no lo va a coger de una puta vez. ¿Quieres coger el fragmento, hija? ¿O eres tontita? No, los tontitos son los que hacen el juego, tío. ¿Que te está troleando o qué? ¿Lo quieres coger? Gracias. Para una mierda de cofre de monedas, ¿sabes? No sé qué cojones tengo que hacer, STP. Me está poniendo la neura la musiquita esta como imperial, que es que no pega nada, no sé por qué han puesto esta música imperial. No, ¿qué? Porque aquí hay fragmento ósea de este. Ah, vale, qué guay. Me trolean y me hacen coger uno ósea y necesito uno neuma. O al revés, me da igual. ¿Por qué no le hace nada? Hombre, gracias, Rockstar. Cofre pocho. ¿Qué tengo que hacer exactamente, Rockstar? Ah, tendré que ir por allí. Sumides. Tengo el poder y la gloria de Dios. La concha de tu madre, ¿qué es esto? Ábrele la concha a tu madre. La confesión de Athos. Pues vendrá en el evento principal, ¿eh? Como vienen siempre... Como vienen siempre... Como vienen siempre el arma o el personaje de turno. Mira, ¿sabes qué? ¿Qué tengo aquí? Ah, lo del login diario. Pero vamos, que Furina no es la Arconte, entonces, o sea, nos han vendido la moto, no es la Arconte. De hecho, no tiene ni visión, ni gnosis, ni nada. ¿Sabes? No tiene ni visión, ni gnosis, ni nada. Es una mierda. Es una humana normal. Maldita. Es una humana maldita, es la descripción que han dado de ella. Qué mala punta esto, macho. De verdad. Y qué poco alcance tiene. Sí, sí, no es Arconte, no es Arconte, FCP. Ahora mismo Fontaine está sin Arconte. No hay Arconte porque Poca los ha sacrificado. La verdadera Arconte Hidro se ha sacrificado. O sea que ahora mismo están sin Arconte en Fontaine. ¿Qué te parece? ¿Qué falta? Es un millón. Voy a salir a la superficie, tío. A ver si llego a la estatua de los 7 y luego vuelvo si quieres. Pero ahora mismo... Voy a ver si cojo la estatua y desbloqueo el mapa de mierda, macho. Ya vendrá a hacer cofres. No es Arconte, ¿eh? Fócalos no es Arconte. O sea, Furina. Fócalos sí. Es igual el mapa, tío. Yo pensé que tendría otro aspecto de terreno o algo. Es exactamente igual. Vaya mierda. Qué poquito han ampliado, ¿no? Bueno, mucha agua. Pero que el agua... Coño, y aquí tiene que haber una estatua oculta, claro, porque si no... El agua está bien, pero a la larga nos acabará cansando, claro, porque como novedad está guay de, qué guay agua y tal, chetil, vale. pero ya, ¿sabes? O sea, dices un rato, pero tanta agua nos acabará cansando. Bueno, empieza a cansar, de hecho, ya. A mí por lo menos, no sé a ti. Pero ya empieza a hacerse un poquito... Sí, es un poco sumil. Qué bien. Para cosas como esta se inventó HTP. La estatua está cerca del puente de la interrogación. ¿Qué puente? Ah, aquí. De este. Vale. Gracias, HTP. Lo que yo te dije en la ópera de la epiclesis. Lo que pasa es que no se ve, me lo tapa la misión, ¿sabes? Qué cabrones. Claro, yo no la veía. Digo, tiene que haber otra y estará oculta. Claro, es que me la tapa la misión disponible justo queda encima, ¿sabes? Que si no te fijas, pues no la ves. Voy a coger este TP, a ver. ¿Qué es esto? Ah, me ponen una contrarreloj con un tutorial en medio. Medusa ruda gigante. Una criatura de fuente muy elástica y capaz de absorber a un personaje. No puedo entrar, claro. Ah, sí.
Strike a pose!
Bow your head. Bueno. Paso palabra, tío. Paso de los puzzles. Ya los haré, ¿sabes? Pero es que paso mucho palabra.
Bicicleta, ¿Qué será ahí tu comentario de la otra? ¿Quién es? ¿Será jugable? Hablando de Skirk. Moto, también sirve. Mira Celestia, tío. Ahí necesito un HTTP, pero vamos. De una. Moto. Hello, moto. Como que bueno Sumil. ¿Crees que será jugable la que hablamos antes? Seguro, Skirk, hombre, te la han puesto en la cara para que tires por ella, para que te vayas preparando lo que viene. Sí, sí que lo será. Si no, no nos la muestran en tan detalle, pues eso es un diseño jugable. Eso es un diseño jugable. Vamos, ya te digo yo que sí. No cura mal el Sumil este, ¿eh? A ver, porque ahora Furina está súper tísica, pero cuando tenga más vida curará más. No, no, bueno, sí va a venir. Si viniera con Navia ya la tendrían que haber anunciado con el Dream Marketing. La que me parece una mierda es la Chebrus ese que no ha salido en la historia de Arconte. Yo esperaba que por lo menos, ya que la han anunciado, que apareciera por lo menos en la misión de Arconte, ¿sabes? Como mínimo. Claro, la Chebrus esta que han metido nueva. Lo mínimo que me esperaba es que saliera, ni que fuera 10 minutos, ayudando a que fuera en Poisson o algo. Que se sepa quién es, no un personaje random que se sacan de la nada y un nuevo 4 estrellas. Es como si Charlotte no lo habías conocido y te lo habían metido ahora. ¡Pum! Una reportera de Fontaine. Bueno, vale. Pues a mí no me llama a tirar por él o por ella. Por mucho diseño que tenga, que me la trae el Pyro, no está mal, pero bueno, tampoco me vuelve loco. Un personaje del que no sé nada es como un PNJ de la calle, ¿sabes? Es Sumil. No entiendo por qué han hecho esa mierda. Cuando ya se ha acabado la historia de Fontaine, ya no hay más, porque no va a haber más. Este es el capítulo que cierra Fontaine. Sí, es Piro. Lo pone en el Dream Marketing. Es Lanza. Que no, que es Piro. Y está basada para bufar reacciones de sobrecarga. Ya ves tú que no las quiere usar nadie. Porque te mandan a los personajes a Móstoles, ¿sabes? A los enemigos, vamos, no a los personajes. Pero vamos, que será un personaje que no me hype nada, porque es un personaje del que no sé nada, ¿sabes? Sé más de la Skirk esta que de la Sumilla esta nueva, ¿sabes? La del Tartas, no sé, no se sabe todavía, no hay nada. Se rumorea que será jugable, como es natural. Pero ya está, ¿sabes? Más de lo mismo, tío. No tengo ni idea de cuál será el elemento de la Skirk. Puede que sea Hidro, puede que sea Nemo o Electro, vete a saber. ¿Quién? ¿Pero hablas de Skirk o hablas de la Sumilla esta nueva, de la Chebrause esta? ¿Qué hace? ¿Dónde cojones están las flores de Furina, tío? Porque llevo 1 hora haciendo el imbécil por el mapa y no he visto ni una puta flor de Furina, ¿eh? Que es a lo que he venido exclusivamente, a esta zona. No porque me apetezca hacer puzzlecitos ahora. Más de lo mismo, que es todo igual, tío. Fontaine, qué coñazo de sitio, macho. Como cosa tal, pues no está mal. Como una zona, vale, pero que sea todo exactamente igual es un coñazo histórico, macho. Como todas las ampliaciones de mapa sean igual, pues que amplíen todo lo que quieran, porque vamos. Vaya un coñazo de mapa, todo el rato igual. Que lo hubieran sacado todo la 4.0, macho. Porque es que es lo mismo. No aporta más que extensión de terreno. No aporta nada de nada. No aporta nada de nada.
Solidify.
Ya, pero es que llevo cerca del agua todo el rato y no veo nada.
Stabilize.
Strike a pose.
Hey.
Solidify.
Everyone hold hands. Yeah. Yeah.
¿Qué ha pasado?
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
Ni en los charcos ni en ningún lado, macho. Putas flores de mierda, qué coñazo, de verdad. Yo aquí no veo. Solo veo los pluviolotos estos de mierda, macho, que no sé quién los usa, pero tengo 1000 ya. Las flores nuevas no sé dónde cojones estarán. De verdad, qué asco, macho. Pero vamos, que llevo un rato en la zona nueva, tío. Me podía haber encontrado alguna, ¿no? Por casualidad. Joder. Qué mal hecho. Solo allí, en el sauce y en el lago. Vale, pues voy a abrir este TP y ahora voy para el lago ese. ¿Qué es esto? Otra cosa nueva. Esfera energética. A tomar por culo la he mandado. Claro, y tiene que pasar por las dos, ¿sabes? A tomar por culo otra vez. Es que apunta fatal el rayo este del estreptococo, macho. Es lo peor. De bares. A tomar por culo.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has
Otra
at least
vez.
made it a worthwhile
¿Otra vez qué?
experience. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them.
L1 más cuadro, ¿qué hace? Ah, me guarda el espectrococo este. Que si se fue el chat. No, de momento no. Lo último que he visto tuyo es cerca de los árboles, Sumil. Otro espectrococo de estos. Ah, que tengo que joder a los purinos, esos voladores. No, y no puedo. Tiene que ser como un arquero. Ahora me hacen cambiar a un puto arquero, tío. Qué rabia me da eso, te lo juro. Porque el estreptococo no les da, claro. No llega, es una mierda el estreptococo este. No llega, no. Tengo que cambiar a un puto arquero, tío. No te digo que no hay cosa que más me jode que me obliguen a equipar un personaje que no quiero para hacer un puzzle. O sea, es que me da una rabia, tío. Me rompe toda la experiencia todo el puto rato. Te lo juro. Te tenían que poner una opción rápida de equipar arco, equipar arquero. Me da igual, ¿sabes? Ahora otra vez a cambiar de Fontaine porque no, de Yelan porque no quiero ir con Yelan. Porque si la quisiera llevar, pues ya la llevaría. Hala, a cambiar de Yelan otra vez. De verdad que... Qué asco, tío, de verdad. La Virgen. Me pongo a Furina por el Nemousia de los cojones, no por otra cosa, ¿eh? Porque no sé si seré capaz de subirla hoy al 50, macho, con las putas flores de mierda. No me jodas. Vale. Pensé que tenía el streptococo este. Pues no. Bueno, cuando queráis, hijos. Madre mía. ¿Con Mol? Ah, que sigue. Pensé que tenía que empezar de cero.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
Gather!
I see everything.
Bow your head.
A tomar por culo. No, el barquito no lo voy a hacer ahora. A ver. Voy a este TP ahora. Señor. Es todo el puto mapa igual, macho. Para que me haga aquí el estreptococo.
Time for a house call. A bitter pill to...
Hostia, una, menos mal.
Stabilize.
Hey!
Mind the side effects. Ta! Yeah! Don't forget to wash your hands. Goodness knows where these things have been.
The doctor was feeding.
Mind the side effects.
Solidify.
This might hurt a little.
Settle down. Gather. Solidify.
Hay muy pocas flores de estas,
Gather.
I see everything. The doctor was feeding now.
Mind the side effects.
Stabilize.
Commit it to memory. Curiosity deserves a reward.
Aquí en la cueva esta no hay, ¿no? No, paso palabra. Voy a seguir con las flores de los cojones. A ver si hay más. ¿Tú ya has farmeado todas en tu zona, HCP? ¿Por qué?
Solidify.
Everyone hold hands.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Sí, ya he encontrado algunas, gracias.
Pues me podría dejar entrar en tu mundo y te las cojo. Si tú no las vas a coger de momento.
The doctor will see you.
Gather! Solidify! Bow your head.
Donde está el árbol del medio también hay HTP. ¿Eh? Yo te dejo por ahora, no voy a subirlo. Pues sí, ya me dejarás. ¿Aquí hay flores o aquí no?
Mindless side effects.
Settle down!
Hey! The doctor will see you.
No hay flores aquí. Tutorial de juego. ¿Qué es esto? Contaminación bacteriana. Qué mal suena eso. En la naturaleza de Fontaine a veces encontrarás esta contaminación bacteriana causada debido a una gran proliferación de vida u otras razones. Los coágulos y núcleos contaminados que contienen se pueden eliminar con la habilidad de un estreptococo cromático u otros engendros fontamarinos. Debido a la evolución, a veces los coágulos contaminados se concentran entre sí y si no los eliminas todos rápidamente irán reapareciendo. En ocasiones el núcleo contaminado se protegerá de los ataques con un recubrimiento impenetrable, el cual normalmente podrás destruir si eliminas los coágulos contaminados que hay a su alrededor. Vale. Algunos núcleos contaminados han desarrollado capacidades ofensivas y durante su evolución para defenderse al ser atacados y para convertirse en depredadores que consiguen su propio alimento. Vale. Que sí. Que sí. Que sumible es el sauce este, ¿no? Yo pensé que sería algo un poco algo, ¿sabes? Es una sumed de sauce aquí en medio. Voy a este TP. sea, es la maldad insurrecta del infierno, ¿no? Esto es lo que te pusieron en el stream para que pareciera una zona nueva, ¿sabes? Parecía que iba a ser todo así. No sé, no muchas. Todas las del Sauce, creo. Que había, pues debía haber 15 o 20, pues son las que he cogido. Las de la zona del Sauce. ¿Solo hay en el Sauce y aquí? ¿O hay en más sitios? Chetepep. Solo hay en el Sauce y aquí. Plantas de estas. Ok.
Solidify!
Solo hay en el Sauce y aquí, FTP. ¿Eh? Lago Urania. Que es uranio enriquecido eso. No, agua es... pero agua ¿dónde? Porque he estado por agua mucho rato y no he visto ni una. ¿Y el chorro ese qué es? ¿Es sumil o qué? Ya está, ya no hay más. Pero solo hay en esos dos sitios, en el lago y en el sauce. En la gota esa gigante y en el sauce. Aquí hay agua, aquí debería haber, ¿no? Según tú. Ah, pero esto es el sauce de mierda, claro. No, aquí ya he cogido todas.
Stabilize! A bitter pill to swallow. Silence!
Silence. Silence.
Solidify!
Ala, cambiaron arquero. Yo no quiero, pero me obligan. A ver cómo es. Sí, tiene que ser un arquero por cojones. Vale. Qué coñazo, de verdad.
It's time to pull the trigger.
No me lo puedo creer, tío. Aquí hay más. Claro, ponerlo fácil. Claro. Venga, hombre. Espérate que empiezo. He perdido media hora aquí cambiando de personaje.
Take it easy.
Claro, venga a tocarme los huevos también, hombre. De verdad que... Joder, de verdad, qué asco de mierda de todo, tío. A tomar por culo todos, hombre. ¿Cómo odio, tío, eso? Que te pongan enemigos donde estás haciendo un puzzle. Pues no pongas el puzzle o no pongas los enemigos, tío. Porque lo que vas a conseguir es que jodas el puzzle cuando estás acabando y volverlo a empezar. Para matar al bicho de mierda, claro. ¿Tú eres hostil? Sauce llorón locustre. Así. Gentil hombre virtuoso. Me has engañado, ¿eh? Pensé que no eras... ¿Pero este quién es? Es Jesucristo. No quito vida.
Let the mighty be humble. Stabilize.
Hey! Make yourself a home! Grow!
Quietly now. Game's up. Time's over.
Silence! Order guide you.
This way. Everyone hold hands.
Take it easy. Gotcha.
Settle down.
Commit to memory.
Things are about to get dicey.
Bow your head. I will have order. Be sanctified. Solidify! I see your power.
Commit it to memory.
Quiet now.
Hey!
Stabilize! Peak of physique.
Tú verás el hijo puta este. La Virgen.
We'll need a strategy.
Time for a house call.
The doctor will see you now.
Mind the side effects.
Stabilize!
Everyone hold hands.
Está por debajo, lo vamos, sí, ¿no? Se cogerá por otro lado. Joven pelirrojo aparentemente débil. Y será una bestia parda, claro. Ahora me cierran, ¿te imaginas?
Settle down.
Ah, es el del pozo. ¿Qué es esto, la maldad? Ah, qué pro, que tengo que nadar.
A bitter pill to swallow.
¿Y por qué no es verdad? No entiendo qué son estas cosas de mierda,
Crumble.
Paso, tío. O sea, es que de verdad que ponen unas cosas que me siento imbécil. Te lo juro, no sé, me siento imbécil. Digo, soy tonto. Porque no compro mierda, Mark. Porque vamos. Bueno, muchas tampoco. De momento dos, o sea, tampoco ha sido. Y una la he dejado a medias que no sé cómo seguía. Ya, pero me da mucha pereza ponerme a verlo, ya lo veré. Ahora lo miro, a ver. Dime por dónde hay, aparte en el sauce y en el charco ese.
Solidify.
The doctor will see you now. Everyone hold hands.
Stabilize. Bow your head.
¿Dónde? 15, joder. Ahora vengo, Chetepep. Sumep. Ya me estás diciendo dónde está el NPC ese, por favor. Ahora me lo ubicas. Ahora vengo.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties. Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
¿Dónde está el NPC ese, Chetepep? Si pongo el mapa, ¿me lo ubicas? ¿Dónde está el NPC Chetepico? Sumin. Qué sumil eres, ¿eh? No me ayudas.
I see the value in my...
Joder, 400 metros. Vale, no he cogido el TP, soy gilipollas. Bueno, voy a coger este ya que estoy de pie y luego cojo esos dos. Gracias. Exete épico. Eres poderoso. Y lo sabes. Voy a marcar.
Solidify. Silence.
Se ha ido de bares, ¿no? La cosa esa. Pues que le den. Tengo alguna llave, si la tengo la uso. No, no tengo. Pues a marcar. Voy a coger este TP también, ya que estoy de pie. Voy a coger este que está aquí abajo también. Aquí hay maldad en su recta de esta, ¿no?
Justice is blindsided.
Toma maldad ahí en su recta, ¿eh?
Mind the side effects. Bow your head.
Me he equivocado. Para todas. Pero bueno, ya las iré cogiendo. ¿Por?
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Mira, paso, tío. Vaya mierda de puzzles, te lo juro. Santo coñazo. Vale. Hombre, pues de cogerlas las cogeré con esta. No voy a cambiar a la otra cuenta y tal ahora para, ¿sabes? Ya las cogeré en la otra. De momento... Coño, mira aquí una oculta. Están aquí infiltradas, ¿eh? No me gustan nada los puzzles estos de las burbujitas. Son un coñazo histórico, macho. Voy a coger el TP este que hay por aquí.
Stabilize!
Pesados son los putos bichos, macho, cuando estás haciendo puzzles, joder.
A bitter pill to swallow.
No, por aquí ya no hay flores mierdiles de esas. Coño, pero déjame en paz. Mira, el Valle Senju. Ese es el de Fontaine, el de Liyue. Sí, es el Valle Senju. Avísame cuando estés setil que me acerco un momento. Y el lata no tienes desbloqueado. Fontaine, que te has cojo. Ah, no, claro, que estás en Latam, que es un Milsoy. No he dicho nada. Yo me estoy planteando seriamente dejar en barbecho Latam y Asia una temporada, una versión o lo que sea, ¿sabes? Después del fajón de lo de Furina, sí, aunque empiece sin protos, pero es que me da mucha pereza. No, ahora no voy a cambiar a Latam. No te preocupes. Además, Latam no tengo a Furina.
So troublesome. Gather.
Commit it to memory.
Silence. Such a pain. Stabilize.
Everyone hold hands.
Suffocate. Suffocate.
No, tú no, que tú solo tienes dos, joder. A ti te viene bien para desahogarte. Has tirado en Latam ya. Pero para cambiar el chip te viene bien tener otra. Yo por eso digo esas dos porque me da mucha pereza, tío. Y porque me ha dado mucha rabia lo de Furina, la verdad. Que luego Furina será Chetilo, ¿no? No lo sé. En teoría dicen que sí. Pero es un personaje muy raro para mí, ¿sabes? ¿Y estos sumiles de dónde salen ahora? Que acabo de ganarlos.
Stabilize.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Freeze. Solidify.
¿O no dejan de salir sumiles o qué? Son
Mind the side
infinitos.
effects. Bow your head. Done. Gather. Done.
Vale, avísame cuando esté sin, porfa.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
¿Me has encontrado ya el PNJ ese que vende las flores, Sumil?
I see everything.
Stabilize. Silence. I wasn't done. Solidify.
The doctor will see you. Everyone hold hands.
Hunter becomes hunted.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Vale. Vale, ahora cuando entre lo buscamos, si quieres. Avísame cuando estés, Sumil. ¿Ya? Pues voy para allá. Mira, flores, espera que cojo estas. No las había visto. Son cefíferas. No hay más. No hay más. No, eso era un núcleo cristal. Va. No hay más. Vale, me parece bien. Espérate un momento. Vale. Yo también, claro. Solo he gastado una vez. Solo he hecho una vez el boss. Vale, ahora me uno a ti, Sumil. Anda, ya tienes la amistad de Lynette al 10. Qué chetil eres, ¿no? Joder. ¿Cómo la has subido tan rápido? Es Sumil. ¿Cómo has subido tan rápido la amistad de Lynette para tener su tarjeta ya? Sumil. ¿Que te has quitado la de ella, tan traidor? Ah, ¿la llevas siempre? ¿La tienes chetada tú ahí a full o qué? ¿La tienes chetada o qué? No sabía que la llevabas siempre, que eres muy chetil. Ya, ya, claro, pero que eso es que la tienes que llevar equipada, ¿no? Para ganar la amistad con ella. O sea, tú cuando vas a coger las diarias de Catherine, coges y metes a Lynette en el equipo antes de cogerlas. Y antes de coger las recompensas de los dominios también. Qué chetil eres, joder. Yo de mayor quiero ser como tú. Bueno, ¿me aceptas o qué? Creo que ayer dijiste, yo tengo prohibida la entrada a todo el mundo. Me parece que ayer dijiste eso. Yo tengo la entrada prohibida a todo el mundo. Por eso no me deja unirme, Sumil. Ni te llegará la invitación. La solicitud, vamos. Tienes que cambiar los permisos. Mira, a mí me quieren entrar también, aprovechando que me estoy cambiando yo. Hostia, uno que lleva a Dory de foto, chaval. Qué chetil es, joder. Ya, ahora me pone esperando confirmación Sumil. Ahora. Qué pro me ha abierto mi ficha, qué rayada. Ya, por eso te lo he recordado, Sumil. Porque no me hacía ni la intención de esperando confirmación. Directamente me ponía, plum, solicitar. Vamos a funarlo, XD. Qué cabrón. Lleva la foto de Dory, tío, el tío. Qué chetil. Silence. Toma Uzi ahí. Vamos pa' Fontaine, ¿no? Voy pa' Fontaine. Fontaine. Es muy raro. Sí, hombre, sí, le gustará, claro. Es de suponer que le gustará, si no vamos mal. Joder, si no tienes ni un TP, cabrón. Dices, tengo pocos TP. No has hecho ni uno. Ni un TP has hecho, mameluco. Trae el trasero de Skipellet. ¿Dónde? Ah, vamos a hacer el boss. Espera. Voy. Estoy yending. Sumildum. Espera un momento que pongo a Sumil también. No lo empieces, espera. Que cambio. Hago un pequeño ajuste épico.
Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other.
Qué chetépico eres ahí con Diluc Chetil, Diluc Chetiluc, chaval, incombustible Diluc, joder. Qué puto amo eres con Diluc. Qué grande. Qué chetépico total.
Bow your head.
Taking a turn for the better.
Silence! The tides beckon.
Right?
Me ha salido una flor en el culo. 2 sumiles, bueno, me sirve.
Mind the side effects.
Hostia, Cade, qué chetil eres. Cade es muy chetil, A mí me encanta el diseño que tiene. A ver si lo equipo bien. Porque es muy chetil.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Where are my keys?
Not again.
Tienen el mismo modelo, Cade y Baisu, Joder, 3 humiles, te digo que chetil. Da igual, tío, pero 3 humiles. Da igual el artefacto. Candas la chetífera la llaman, chaval.
Mind the side effects.
Qué bonita es Candas.
Settle down.
Vamos a por flores y ahora venimos a hacerlo otra vez. Vamos a abrir TPs. Sí, pero tengo que abrir TPs. Tienes que abrir TPs tú igual. O sea que vamos para allá que tienes que abrir TPs unos cuantos. Vamos a la estatua y vas abriendo por ahí. Hacia el sauce y hacia el charco aquel. Que es donde más hay. Luego hay... También aquí en el vitícola este también hay unas cuantas. Mira, abres este, cojo estas de por aquí, que hay unas 7 u 8, y luego vamos hacia el sauce llorón y al charco, ¿vale? Vale. Y a ver si te acuerdas dónde está el sumil del PNJ, que las vende. Vamos a la estatua de los 7 o'clock. Cada vez me gusta más Esquipellet, STP, que lo sepas. Que pro, ¿dónde he salido?
Melusines are beautiful
Como si fuera otra
creatures.
estatua yo.
They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
In Inazuma, the water is Inazuma.
An oversight on my part.
Voy. ¿Dónde estás, HTP? No te veo. ¿Qué haces ahí? Ahí hay cosas también. En ese TTP también hay... En ese TTP en el que estás también hay flores, ¿eh? No, ahí, aquí. Ah, vale. Vale. Gato con sombrero negro. Qué friki eres. Tienes una gente más rara en tu mundo. In Inazuma, the water is water. Ay. Eso tú, por si acaso.
A bitter pill to swallow.
In Inazuma, the water is water. Sí, he cogido alguna, voy a coger alguna más. He cogido unas poquitinas aquí, muy pocas, aquí había muy pocas. Pero bueno, había 5 o 6 más o menos. ¿Qué dices? Que los charcos suele haber.
Silence!
Ah, mira, sí, aquí al lado del charco había un par. Sí, sí. A mí no me deja romperte el puzzle. Bueno, sí. Sí, pero había un par solo, ¿eh? Pero bueno, mejor dos que ninguna. Seguimos.
Bow your head.
Mira otra. Pero no hay muchas, ¿eh? Hay poquitas. pesados, de los cojones. Mira, ya estoy en el sauce llorón. Por aquí había alguna más. Son epchetépicas las de aquí, me han dicho. Mira, aquí hay una. Sí, sí. Sí que he visto que hay unas cuantas, sí. Lo que no me has dicho dónde está el PNJ Chetil que las vende, joder, que eso es guay. Vale. Por aquí no hay, ¿no? No. Ahora al lago de Uralita tengo que ir. El lago de Uralita, aquí estamos. Aquí hay menos. Aunque haya mucha agua, hay menos. ¿Qué se supone? ¿Que esto es el agua del mar primigenio, el lago Urania o qué? Se supone que esto es el agua del mar primigenio, el HTP, el gotón ese. El lago Urania. Ahora ya no sé dónde más puede haber. Espera, has dicho antes Sumil no se queda una catarata, ¿no? Espérate a ver. Que aquí creo que hay una catarata. No, aquí lo que no hay PNJ, lo que hay es un gilichulo en esta catarata. Ah, mira, aquí también hay. Ah, aquí también hay, FCTF. Anda, pues ya lo sé para mi mundo. Pocas, pero alguna hay. Un par de ellas. Mira a ver si lo ves, sí, porfa. El PNJ, que aunque no le pueda comprar el tuyo, sí que podré por lo menos comprarla al mío. Y así me quedo con la copla de donde está.
Mind the side effects.
Settle down.
¿Dónde es? Voy. Espérate que te vea en el mapa y voy. ¿Dónde estás? En el lago Urania. Voy. Pues yo he ido al lago Urania, pero a otro sitio. A ver. A otra cascada, ¿sabes? En vez de esa, a otra. Ay. ¿Dónde es? Porque he venido por aquí. Coño, a ti no te arrastra el aire de ella. A mí me arrastra, me manda a tomar por culo. ¿Dónde es el Sumil? Yo he venido antes, pero no lo he visto. ¿Que está debajo del mar? Es que aquí he venido, pero no he bajado. Está buceando abajo. ¿Y el Latan sí? ¿Lo has hecho? A ver, voy. Si estoy contigo. Que está aquí el Sumil que vende. Y entonces, ¿cómo dices que en esta cuenta? ¿Y en alguna cuenta has llegado? Que llevas la espada del tiempo, Sumil. Ah. Pues yo creo que en mi mundo tampoco está, porque me parece que he venido, pero no estaba. Y por aquí abajo que había, estaba bajando y había una cueva infernal. Lo vi por Liz cuando grabó mientras iba a farmear. Ah. Por eso lo sé. Ah, vale, vale. Pero será alguna misión entonces, ¿no? ¿Pero será un vendedor de alguna misión o qué? Pues claro, si no te sale... Ah. Cómo se embala Skipper, tío, en... debajo del agua, ¿eh? Aquí falta un cangrejo o algo, tío. No hay. Ah, está el subir ahí. Te faltan pocas misiones de mundo, chete. No me deja hacerles nada a mí. Yo soy sumido. Saber dónde hay más charquitos que tengan... Ah, mira, que hay otro charco. Este charco ya lo he visitado, pero este no. ¿Dónde estoy? Tengo que ir a este charco. Eso es lo que vi de refilón. ¿Te quedan pocas misiones de mundo, HTP, dices? ¿O qué? No, pero es un charco de maldad suprema de estas, insurrecta. De esta verde que no sé qué hace. A mí no me deja interactuar. No, en este charco no hay flores.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any
In
other.
Inazuma, the
Sumeru's
water is
has a
water.
rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Bow your head.
De Fontaine no hice apenas. Ya. Yo tampoco. Al lado de este charco hay. Vamos a ver. No creo que haya, pero bueno. In Inazuma, the water is water. Ahora cojo los TP de agua. Joder, que fácil eres ya con los de agua y todo, madre mía. Es mucho til tú, No hay flores chetiles aquí al lado de este charquito.
The doctor will see you now.
Settle down.
A bitter pill to swallow. Cuff. Mind the side effects.
Bow your head.
Bueno, pues no sé dónde hay más. No me lo dices. No sé dónde hay más. Habrá más, pero no sé. Ya he ido aquí al lago Urania.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Ya lo pondré ya. Ahora me voy a ir a dormir ya, que ya es tarde. Voy a ver si puedo subir a Furina por lo menos un nivelillo.
The strength gained through my own hard work is...
In Inazuma, the water is water. Vamos a hacer el boss de Furina una vez más. Anda, casi la dejo subida ya. Sumil. ¿Me ayudas?
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning.
In Inazuma, the water is water. In Epchetep, the water is Chetep. ¿Me ayudas con el boss de Furina, Sumil? Vale. Ponte lo que te tengas que poner. Sí, sí, ya te veo, ya te veo. Te espero a que te cambies de ropa. ¿Vas con Furina a full ahí a muerte o qué? A ver, ¿ya la tienes ya chetada ahí o qué? Es prácticamente inmortal de ella, ya lo sabes, al 70 o más. Tú la tienes al 70 o más, ¿no? Vamos, Sumi.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Silence! Let the mighty be humble!
Right now.
¿Por qué inmune?
Justice is blindsided. Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Nothing lasts
Settle
forever.
down.
The doctor will see.
The tides beckon.
Dos sumiles me sirve, ¿no? Al 80 buildeada la tienes. Eres muy chetil, oye. A de ella, ¿no?
How about you take a rest while I go back?
Dos sumiles me sirve, tío. Otro para tirarlo a la basura. Ya, bueno, ya tú sabes. Me pide 8 ahora ya. Joder. 30 flores. Y ya esto es del 60 al 70. Y el 70 al 80 me pide 45 flores. O sea, me faltan... Tengo 65. Me faltan 10, ¿no? Para subirla al 80. Sí, ahora iré. Pero no creo que me salga, a mí. Porque si no te sale a ti, a mí tampoco. Porque yo no he hecho ni esa misión ni nada. ¿No entiendes? Que los PNJs, aunque no te dejen interactuar, están, ¿sabes? Con lo cual debería haber estado ahí. Bueno, mira, para Furina me quedan su boss. Ahora iré a mi mundo y haré el boss otra vez. Creo que tengo resina. O si quieres esperamos y lo hacemos otra vez los dos. Tengo una vez más. Tengo para una vez más. Ahora una vez más. Y ya veré, claro, en Sabbath no la he tocado a Furina, la pobre. Está sumilla, pero bueno. ¿Ves? Pero aquí ya la tengo al 60. En Sabbath ya la tengo que subir. ¿Sabes? Ya la subiré. La tengo al 60. ¿Ves? Me pide 30. Me pide 30 flores aquí. Sigo cogiendo TP. Vale. Pues espera que me voy de aquí para que el bicho spawnee. Porque si no, no va a spawnear. Jamás en la vida, jamás. Tengo 65 y me faltan en total 75 para poderla subir a 80. O sea, me faltan 10 flores. Son miles. Me faltan 10 flores sumiles, FCTP, para poderla subir a 80 aquí. Hostia, la de los narcisos. Esta es la misión de los narcisos, chaval. Que lo sepas. FCTP, FCTP. ¿Dónde me lleva? A la entrada de la Torre del Poder. Ahora me soltará de golpe, ya verás. Joder. Sí, no. No, en mi mundo no he hecho nada, yo creo. Bueno, sí, algo sí he cogido, algunas sí he cogido. Algunas sí he cogido, pero alguna me queda, yo creo. Mira, aquí tienes un gamusino aquí arriba del fuerte Merópides T2. Han basado todos los puzzles de la zona las burbujitas estas de los cojones, macho. Y en los estreptococos estos, ¿sabes? Qué coñazos son. Es imposible esto, ¿no? Ah, vale, que aquí hay otra burbuja. Habrá que irla empujando, claro, para que se haga más gorda la otra. Vale. Esta es la torre de la maldad, Zep. Estoy aquí en la torre de la maldad. Venía a ver si había alguna flor, pero no hay. Ah, bueno, lo que sí que le puedo subir a Furina es algún talento. Supongo que tendré para subirla, claro, que tendré libritos de los suyos. Ahora que la he extendido ya. Que recomiendan la ulti y la elemental, ¿no? Vale.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Los básicos no merece la pena subirlos, como siempre. Vale, pues ya está.
I see the value in my
Sí,
own,
bueno, la he
but I
puesto
also see
todo lo
the aim
chetilla
in
que
all
puedo,
the
claro.
endeavors of the people of
La
Fontaine.
tengo aquí para su
I
1000.
believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
La flor sí que se la puede subir, que es vida, y la vida le va bien, ¿sabes? Por la chetilla, dice. Ya te digo que es un personaje que yo no sé usar.
Melusines are
No
beautiful
sé
creatures.
aprovecharlo bien,
They
como
are
dice.
the pride of
A mí
Frontier.
estos personajes que
Be sure
funcionan
to
de una
befriend
manera
them.
tan compleja me
Cause
pierden,
them no
¿sabes?
harm.
No me resultan divertidos de usar bien, ¿sabes? Yo los uso a lo loco. Yo cojo, saco los bichos cuando quiero y cuando quiero saco al cureta y ya está. Y cuando quiero camino sobre las aguas y fuera. ¿Sabes? Hala, por 5, chaval. Sí, yo estos que son tan complejos de nada, no sé qué, cuando este sube vida, el otro la pierde, el otro va a las 3, el otro vuelve a las 5.
Water comes in many
Hostia, me ha
flavors to
subido
the
el daño
discerning
crítico un
palate.
montón. Qué
Mondstaedt's
chetil,
water
¿no?
is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex
Tú ya sabes
flavor
que yo cuando
profile.
le subo los
But it
artefactos son
must be
personajes,
skill
rara
and
vez se los
patience
cambio
to
ya.
fully
Se queda
appreciate it.
pocho de por vida ya. Porque me da mucha pereza. ¿Sabes? Joder, daño crítico otra vez, no me lo creo. Me ha subido 3 veces el daño crítico, tío. Qué locura de artefacto. Se lo voy a poner al tartas. Ah, no, que no lo tengo. Mira que lo estoy subiendo por subirle la vida para que cure más, básicamente. Bueno, y haga más daño. Porque hace daño en base a la vida, lógicamente. Entonces...
I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Yo estos personajes, sí, yo soy más de personajes sencillos, tipo Dilu, tipo de ella. ¿Sabes? Tipo eso. Porque si no... Hostia, ya me quedé sin artefactos, ¿eh? Hala, ya está. Mira, le ha subido la vida ahí bien. Mira, fíjate, tío. Daño crítico 25,7%. Y le ha subido la vida un 10 por 5, un 10,5. Bueno, pues bien. ¿Ves? Este casco es de vida también. Vamos a subírselo un poco. Voy a subírselo al 8 y ya está, ¿sabes? Porque si no me quedo sin artefactos también. Al 8 está bien. Bueno, venga, al 12, porque tú me lo dices. Probabilidad, ella escala con probabilidad, Pep. Al 16 paro ya.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate.
Vaya
Mondstaedt's
mierda
water is
estas que me ha
crisp
dado,
and pure, while water from
Hala,
Liyue
ya.
has an enduring aftertaste.
Bueno,
In
23k de
Inazuma,
vida ya
the
es
water
otra
possesses a
cosita,
depth
¿sabes?
of
No es
flavor
una locura,
unlike
pero
any
bueno.
other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and
Vamos a hacer el boss una última vez. ¿Me acompañas? Sumir. In Inazuma, the water is water. Hago este boss y me voy a dormir. O sea, Furina no es arconte, tío, es Sumilla. Es una humana maldita. Literalmente, así lo han dicho en la historia. Que es una humana maldita. Por eso ha vivido tanto, porque Fócalos la maldijo. ¿Ves? Pero tiene hidro. No tiene visión, ni tiene gnosis, ni tiene nada. Como los demás arcontes. Los demás arcontes tienen gnosis. Mira, Zongli, gnosis geo. 20, gnosis anemo. Shogun no la tengo en esta cuenta, con lo cual no puedo. Najida. Gnosis dendro. Y Furina no es Arconte, nos han engañado, no es la Arconte. Además de que la historia te lo dicen, el personaje no es Arconte tampoco, porque no tiene gnosis. Es una sumilla. Es una mortal normal, con aires de grandeza, para aparentar ser una Arconte. Hay tepe arriba del todo con cubos de agua, ¿eh? ¿Vienes a hacer el boss o me voy, Sumil? In Inazuma, the water is water. ¿El evento este nuevo es difícil o qué? Yo ni he ido. Que es de estos de hacer reacciones y cosas, ¿no? Mierdiles. Vamos. Sumil. Bueno, ¿es difícil o qué? ¿Es difícil el evento nuevo o no?
A bitter pill to swallow.
Silence!
Remember, health comes first.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Vale, 2 sumiles me sirven. Ah, mira, hay una piedrita de estas que necesito también. Pues guay porque de esas no tenía, ¿sabes? Espérate.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste.
Vale, me faltan 6 sumiles para poderla subir. El evento hay 3 fases para completar y después el último. Pero es difícil o qué, o es muy pesado.
But it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
Qué mierda de probabilidad tiene la pobre, y eso que escala con probabilidad, ¿sabes? Qué chetil eres. Bueno, ya lo veré cómo lo hago, ¿sabes? Lo haré en fácil y fuera, no me voy a rayar. Con Saba lo haré chetil, con esta a lo mejor intermedio. Y con las otras cuentas, si sigo con ellas, lo haré en súper fácil y a cagar. No me voy a complicar, lo haré por las protos. Aunque ya te digo que me estoy planteando dejarlas en barbecho una temporada, ¿sabes? Muchas gracias, por la ayuda y por las flores. Ya te digo que me planteo dejarla en barbecho por una temporada. Tanto Asia como Latam, ¿sabes? Porque me ha dado mucho bajón el no sacar a Furina. No tanto por Furina, sino por el promocional, ¿sabes? Y más que eso, me ha dado más rabia los personajes con los que me han roto el piti. Me lo podían haber roto con Deya C1, tío. O Deya C0 en Latam, ¿sabes? Ya lo miraré, no te preocupes. Ahora no lo voy a hacer, o sea, ahora me voy a dormir de una, ¿sabes? Lo dejo aquí ya para mañana. Y mañana Dios proveerá ya. A ver. ¿Cuánta vida tienes, Kipelle? 35, ¿no? ¿Y si pongo a Furina? Tendrá que subir vida, ¿no? Porque subían vida todos los miembros del equipo, ¿no? Al poner 2 hidro por consonancia.
I have high hopes for this journey.
El NPC no sabía que hacer su misión. Ya me imagino. ¿Y cómo se hace la misión? Le estoy quitando vida a Najida. Le estoy quitando vida a Najida. A ver qué tal cura Furina, básicamente. Con el bicho nuevo, con la vida que tiene ahora. Vale. 2144, bueno, está sumilla todavía, pero bueno, ya es otra cosita. Ya fíjate, son 2144 cada segundo y medio debe ser. Lo que quita es mogollón de vida la cabrona. Cuando atacan los sumiles estos, no veas la vida que te quitan a todo el equipo, ¿sabes? Con la rabia que me da verlos a mí a media vida, pues con Furina los estás viendo todo el rato con media vida, ¿sabes? Porque les quita un montón de vida a todo el equipo. Bueno, un cigarrito y a dormir, Epchetepep. Que tú eres muy epchetépico y yo no. Yo soy epsumético. Sumético. ¿El que dije? ¿Qué es lo que dije, Epchetep? A mí me da mucha rabia, ¿sabes? Ver a los personajes que les falte un poco de vida y más que les falte la mitad. Mira, ya verás. Ya verás la vida que pierden. Vamos a ir a mi campo de prueba, que es, no sé, el abismo, como en la mayoría de los mortales. Es este campamento gilichul mierdil, ¿sabes? Sí, se quitaba vida, no. Quita vida a todo el equipo. Es una locura que me han dado aquí del pase. Ah, la resina, claro. Vale. Ya le voy a poner el escudo de Zhongli para que no... Tú mira cómo baja la vida, ¿eh? ¡FCTP! Toma. Mira, mira, y suben a por él, ¿eh? Son chetépicos, ¿eh? Joder, qué chetépicos son. Y tú mira, ¿ves? Me ha bajado vida de todos. Me baja vida de todos, ¿sabes? Es epchetépica la señora, la vida que quita. Entonces haces así. Y haces así. Y los cura. Lo que pasa es que no los cura todas a la vez, solo cura al personaje activo. Tenía que, igual que quita vida a todos a la vez, tenía que curar a todos a la vez. Sí, pero bueno, luego en un momento de paz los cura, ¿sabes? Pone el señor ese sumil. Y de momento que está sumilla, con 23k, pues les cura 2000. Y eso que hay artefactos que están sin subir, claro, de vida. ¿Ves? Pero fíjate, ahora me los va subiendo a todos. Vuelves a sacar al sumil. ¿Ves? 2k cada segundo y medio. O cada segundo. Ya está. Claro, baja vida porque coge vida para los muñequitos con su... Coge vida para los muñequitos de todo el equipo, para que hagan más daño. Cuanto más vida le quita, más daño hacen los sumiles. Y con la última todavía, ¿ves? Van ahí al turrón y entonces con la algarabía esa, que no sé cómo se ven los puntos que tienes, mientras dura la ulti, suelta a los bichos y hacen más daño todavía, ¿sabes? Te siguen allá donde vas. ¿Ves? Les ha quitado vida a todos. Sí, va por vida, pero va por vida de todo el equipo, no la propia, solo la capulla. Te gasta vida a todos. Le quita vida a todos. Lo bueno es que los cachondos duran 30 segundos, ¿sabes? Tanto los que atacan como el que cura. Con lo cual está guay. Pero bueno. Bueno, pues nos vamos a ir a dormir. Que somos épicos. Qué chetífero es esto. Es lo mejor que tiene el personaje. Me encanta. Es tan chetilla. Es sensacional. A mí me encanta. Lo de ir por el agua es una quedada. Bueno, nos quedamos aquí para mañana. Para las diarias. Catherine, mira, me crece el pelo. Soy chetil. Mañana más, FCTP. Espero que te hayas divertido, que te hayas entretenido, que es la intención. Muchísimas gracias por la ayuda, por las flores. Tengo que ponerme también manos a la obra con Sabbath. Con Sabbath supongo lo mismo. Es que no quiero hacer stream de Twitch porque me da rabia, porque no voy a hacer las 30 horas porque no me las van a tener en cuenta.
Entonces por eso hoy no he hecho, ¿sabes? Que querría haber seguido la misión de Arconte con Sabbath. La seguiré, en Twitch. Pero la semana que viene. Entonces lo mismo lo que hago el sábado, o bien streameo aquí en YouTube con Sabbath y pues farmeo para Furina, ¿sabes? Me hago el boss, recojo florecillas. Mañana, si Dios quiere, si tengo ganas, cogeré florecillas para que así el domingo vuelvan a estar, que tardan 2 días en parir, ¿no? Las flores, o son 2 y medio, son 2 días, ¿no? Debería haber entrado hoy, pero bueno. Mañana cojo flores, ¿vale? Mañana lo mismo hago stream con Sabbath en YouTube, paso de Twitch, no me da la gana, ¿sabes? Voy a hacer mis 3 horas de cada semana, bueno, he hecho 4, haré 4, 4 y 4. Y fuera 2 días, creo. Haré mañana seguramente stream en YouTube. No seguiré la misión de Arconte, la respetaré en Twitch, aunque no lo ve nadie, lo ves tú solo, pero bueno. Haré exploración para subir a Furina, haré su boss, cogeré flores y si acabo pronto pues cambio a esta o cambio a Diluc o lo que sea. O a ver si encuentro con Sabbath alguna misión de mundo, ya veré. Pero seguramente mañana por la tarde entre con Sabbath para poder ir subiendo a esta muchacha, claro. Porque la tengo sumilla, la tengo al 40. Entonces a cogerle florecillas, ¿sabes? Pues buenas noches, Sumil. Nos despedimos aquí. La corte. El salón solitaire, ¿cómo se llama este? Que son sus 3 sumiles que la ayudan allá donde va. Buenas noches, que descanse Seb. Gracias por estar ahí, como siempre. Hasta mañana.